Super intense run to speedrun. Yesterday, I finished level 1 with the runner in 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 41 seconds. Today I'm going to try to improve my pace and beat at least level 5. I'm a little behind, but I'm not going to let that stop me. Anyway, this is where we are. I have not touched the game since logging off yesterday. And we're going to pick up from there. Yes, hi, Mathwiz, and everyone else. We're going to take a quick look at the game. There is a slight issue preventing me from beating level 2. And we're about to take a look at that. Level 1, as you can see, I can beat no problem. Level 2, however, doesn't exist as such. It's this mass of nonsense. So even if I beat this isn't level 2, so I'm not beating level 2. That's a big if, too, as well. Something very weird is going on with gravity. I did not make that. So, we're going to... maybe I need to sketch this out, but we're going to take a look at the level data, I suppose. Thing is, level data for Run 2 is stored in a grid. This is not Unity, this is an engine I made myself called Runaway. This is Hacks, this is Way 3D, OpenFL. I'm using a bunch of libraries. But the problem in this case is just level data loading, or is mostly level data loading. We're not getting the correct width and height, I think. If we look at level 2, it's supposed to have width and height of 5, and I think it must be off. And I suppose my question is, if we set I equals 1 and load it immediately, I don't think that fixes anything, but it will allow us to, if we're only loading the one level, and we print out data about the level that's loaded. Okay. Yeah, it's the same nonsense, but now we can just trace out actually, we can just print out the data, and it will only print the data for the one level that we're currently looking at. And we don't need to play it, we just want to look at it. It's very interesting. Oh! No, we printed out data for every single level. Okay. So we're looking at the second one, I guess. It got width equal 5, height equal 5, so in theory, that's correct. That's telling us that it's the runner, but this is already runner levels. We don't... Honestly, we don't need that data. Data is redundant. So it's loading all of those. And why is that? That's why. Okay, yeah, it does make an array of just all of them. I must have done that over here. Yep. Just all of them call from flash data. Maybe I will pause and take a look at chat. Okay, MathWiz, commenting, print commands, nice form. They're basically all I use. Or I display stuff in game, like on screen. But debuggers are cool. I've never gotten them to, or I almost never get them to work properly. And so I just use what I'm used to. Let's see. Next question, when is Run 4 coming out? Next question, will there be more Run 3 content in the future? There will. Hopefully. When I get to it. It's taking a while. You really like puddings. I'm happy to hear that. I don't do a lot of them. I worry they're not interesting enough, but maybe that's not what they're for. They're for just hanging out and glancing over at the screen every now and then. Question for you: should I do something? I bet I could hook up like a sound effect when it compiles. Just play a sound so that if you're looking at some other screen, you know to look over that you're actually going to see something happen. Or is that not necessary? Because it's pretty obvious from just listening. First time, welcome. Expect to see a lot of code. Run 4 comes out tomorrow, actually, on Google Stadia. I'll believe it when I see it. This is Hax. It's an obscure language that was one of the earlier ones, other than Java, I guess, to really advertise the idea that it runs everywhere. And I don't know. I do like betting on the underdogs to some extent. Yesterday I said I'm not an early adopter. Today I say I like betting on underdogs. Now Hax was 15 years ago I picked up Hax. It was much newer then, but it was still pretty solid. OpenFL was mostly existed already. There was a bunch of support. I was not the first adopter. It was not well known, and I think that was part of what drew me to it. Also, the fact that it's open source and it runs everywhere. Those are bigger things, but I do like promoting things that people haven't heard of before. Yeah, Malthus says my commentary is a good indicator. Yeah, I guess it probably would be. I comment on what I expect to see when the game comes up, and so you know that the game is coming up. I mean, it's probably not standard to attach a sound, but Hax projects, or Lime projects, Lime OpenFL projects, can run a command on build. So what if I Okay, I'm going to need to do a web search. For play a sound in Bash. Okay, we're gonna do a pre-build. Push a new command. I grabbed this from Stack Overflow. This should make an annoying beep when I compile. Oh, I need to import it. Okay, it's just lambda.tools. Should make an annoying beep when I compile it. Nope, I'm giving up. In theory, there are some characters that you can print that cause a beep. There are some ASCII characters that are just assigned to be a beep. And if you print those from a command line, like this just runs a command on a command line interface. If you print that symbol, it should make a beep. I'm sure I could start VLC player or something. I can run any command in theory. I just don't actually want to spam you with annoying beeps. I've tried hacks, but something building the project wrong. Yeah, there is some finicky stuff. Try.hacks.org is an easy way to get almost nothing done. You can do hello world, basically, and try... You could do anything you can print out in a trace statement, but can't make anything of note with, like, graphics. You gotta figure out the setup. Well, can't blame me for the tunnel beep in run 3, the annoying beep there. That was the student. Blame the student for that one. But yeah, you don't have to try hacks. There are dozens of ways to get into programming. I didn't start with hacks either. I started with, well, C, Flash, Java, several things. I jumped around. Flash is where I actually did anything of note. And that's not an option anymore, but there's now Godot, for instance, is a much more approachable, or there are, I don't know, there are much more approachable ways, and hacks is a little more advanced. JavaScript, yeah, that's very fair. It's actually got a bunch of similarities to hacks. Both in being a C-like language and, even more than that, it had similarities to ActionScript, and so hacks shares a bunch with both. Okay, I should probably get back to debugging this. What I want to do is check when we're loading a level. We're only going to print the data when we're about to load the level. We're going to print that data. We're going to... We're going to print out the grid that gets created, because I think we're going to end up seeing that the grid is not 5 by 5. Oh man, the fact that this string is so long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I am seeing it as 5 by 5. So that's worse even. If it's 5 by 5 and it's not working. If I could just get it to read the width and height right. It's important to get those right, or the data will be in all the wrong places, and I was hoping it was as simple as that, but I'm not seeing that here. I'm seeing... I need to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I think that's a new line. Let's copy paste some of these into a brand new file. Cut out all those spaces, and we see 5 things per line. And 5, it's 5 high, it's 5 wide. So no, it is doing 5 by 5, and the data is just wrong. Can I set a different... I can, okay. Maybe the axes are wrong. Maybe it goes YXZ instead of XYZ. I'm just going to try these things. It's easier than figuring it out. Okay, that helped nothing. I switched from top chat to live chat, and I saw all of the same comments, I think. I don't think it was hiding anything from me. That's maybe for if there's more chat. Oops. Yeah, we don't have any safeguards against diagonals. But XYZ, it loaded level 1 just fine. So I need to go open up the old code again. Oh, interesting. It's now showing this character, this false character. Okay, that must be something to do with how Flash compressed. Diagonal... I mean, diagonals are a thing because I want to eventually support Run 3, which has diagonal walls, which you sometimes need to align with. So I couldn't fix it to the axes. Yeah, later I will probably clamp down on that. So I used to have even longer files than I do now. And by, like, now I do a couple hundred lines max for most of them. And so this file was meant to handle everything about the level. We had, but it ended up also encompassing a bunch of gameplay. It just updated the player character as well. And gravity and in hopes of making the thing more navigable, I would put big section dividers. I wouldn't make a new file for this, no, I would just do a big section divider that, like, look at this minimap, it does not show up, or it barely shows up. No, okay, you can actually see it in the minimap, barely. Okay, so somewhere up here is the level creation. Okay, what am I doing to decode that? Okay, it's somewhere in here. I keep forgetting. I should move all this code into grid level data. So my comment suggests here it makes more sense to read them left to right. I don't know why it makes more sense to do that. I mean, if I make it backwards, that's going to mess up level 1. And I don't think it was... Oh, wow. We're on level 2 is suddenly... That's just level 2. Oh. I'm going to need to mark the... Huh, it's very inconsistent about whether it allows you to rotate. But that is just level 2. Cool. So that was what was wrong with that. And now we go back to look at level 1. We remove the trace statements. Because it's going to be a lot of data. And do we see level 1 all messed up now? Oh! Okay, I just mirrored it right to left, and in level 1's case, I didn't catch that because I'm used to one of the two levels being like that. Okay. That's not how you're supposed to be at level 2. Yeah, that's a problem with storing the bonus as a type of terrain. So I think I need to filter it out, just both the spawn point and the bonus location. And then I need to figure out why gravity isn't changing a bunch, because we're gonna... Yeah, we're gonna need a bunch of physics that match better. It's... I don't want to use that. Okay, so I'm going to... I'm going to move all of this... How much do I want to decode the data right now? If I do all this work at the beginning of the game, that's no fun. But maybe I don't. Maybe I can convert it. Yeah, I think I will put less effort into compressing the string. And let zip algorithm do it. Deflate. When downloading a text file, it's always zipped, just under the hood. Oh, right. I remember what I was coming here for. I was gonna... was able to import the longer class, but was not able to find the shorter one. Basically, I'm making this squared for... Paste that. Just copy that. Okay. So we're moving all the code into grid level data, and we're going to print that out. We're just gonna switch to the new format. And then there will be much less loading to do at the start of the game. Yeah, I don't need to leave a comment complaining about my old code. I probably don't need those parens. I never know which parentheses I need. There. Tunnel for... How much money for a subspace speedrun stream? Depends if I can still get Brawl Minus running. Or regular Brawl, I guess. But why would I do that? Yeah, I think that's all I need to do there. Let me clear that out. We don't have to worry about that anymore. We won't need... we're gonna restart that. Sounds much better. Ampersand tunnel. Okay, we don't need these for now. We don't need that for now. That'll free up another tile type slot. We can't just iterate through. I'm going to do a quick regex to confirm I'm sidetracked from whatever I was doing before. Whoops. Now that we've confirmed that there are no non-numeric characters, it's safe to parse them as numeric characters. We have new lore in chat, it seems. I imagine that'll end up on the fandom wiki at some point. For anyone who's not up to date, the community voted to move the Run wiki to Mirahese, if that's how you pronounce it, run.mirahese.org. And everyone is just vandalizing the fandom wiki now. I'm not taking any part in that, but it's really not my business anymore. I'm focusing on the new wiki, and I'm not doing that, but when I do participate in the wiki, it's only on the new wiki. Yeah, I figure eventually, if fandom cares, they will clean up their version of the wiki. They won't delete it. They never delete wikis that are moderately popular. They want the ad impressions. Even if the community tells them, hey, we'd prefer to move to a new wiki. Yes, Plushie, there is a new wiki. It's not well known because fandom does everything they can to stay at the top of the search results, and that includes banning any discussion of the new wiki on the old wiki. They don't like that terminology. They prefer saying it's a fork. They're equal. Even when the intent is like the community intent. They would argue that the community prefers the old one because it's still at the top of the search results, but I don't feel that argument holds up because they still don't delete wikis when they get outperformed in the search results. There are Minecraft wiki or RuneScape wikis have successfully taken their place, and fandom is still hanging on to their copy of the wiki because it still brings in ad revenue. So, not a lot of respect there, but I'm not gonna vandalize it or anything. It seems like a waste of effort. But I'm also not gonna clean it up for them. Anyway, what was I doing? I was doing a bunch of parsing. So eventually, once all of this is done, we just combine all these numbers. We'll just silently ignore. We need to keep it as a single digit so that it can be decoded later. We could, if we needed to, go into hex digits. That's why we have that. Okay. I bet I'm missing something. I don't like string manipulation. I have definitely messed it up. I thought I had. And why is that? I mean, let's take a look at the strings we've generated. I'm expecting to see lots of zeros. Oh! Cubes. Why does it allow that? Yeah, I'm just gonna... I do need to... I want to use 0 for empty space. Okay, we initialize it with all zeros and then it works. So I want to now look at the string that it pops out. Okay. Yeah, that's basically what I expected. When are we printing that? Oh. Updating it here. I need to go just... I need to not do all of this. It's not right. Is that right? Forgetting how to decode this. Okay, so that's one. Okay, so that's right. We only present that. I bet I can save a couple parens. It's great to have some test cases just to make sure. Yeah, I saved some parens. Okay, stride. Okay. Nice. Checking back on chat. How's the coding going? Did I manage to get something other than a black screen? Yes, question is how... Whoops, that's the wrong test. The question is it still all arranged correctly? It's not arranged correctly. The levels are solid blocks that you are stuck on top of. Let's see. Plushy asked why the mobile duplicator and Postfarian are much more expensive. That was to encourage you to go play Congregate's other games. That was one thing they were trying to do back in 2013. That it would be... We set the price high, like, not impossible, but pretty unreasonable. And then make a much easier way to go get them that just get people to download the other apps. I don't know, it worked a little bit. I think people didn't... Well, some of them probably stayed around, but we didn't really follow up on that. And now those other apps, like, they've had their own issues for a while. I think one of them is just gone completely, and the other has not worked in 5 years, like has not submitted achievements in 5 years. So, like, you can't get them that way, which is why we're not going to do the cross promotions, they're called, anymore, and the prices will be reduced to be in line with the Flash version. But doing an Android release takes a while, and doing an iOS release is kind of impossible at the moment. Just I'm not willing to put up with Apple's restrictions, basically. Okay, so we have the correct cubes. Oh, I realized what's wrong. It's putting a cube in every 0, and then every 1 is... Well, it's actually also just a cube. Okay, I can fix that. Boom. Got null. Put in a null cube when there is a 0. Type in characters. Yeah, okay, it's back to working again. It's a relatively simple error. Wow, that is not a lot of gravity. I should fix that. Yeah, we'll go take a look at the gravity. Oh, am I not using... I am not. Okay, that's why it's still compiling. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. Tunnel section. It's the interior that has gravity. Actually, that should be enough gravity. So why isn't it? how much is default strength? What if we take that out? Does that fix anything? Let's double it. Yeah, I could not tell you what order things came about in. Like, maybe I could go look at... Okay, I was going to look at tunnel shape, make bounds. Delete some code. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Now we have too much gravity. Okay. That's what we get for doubling it. Let me pause the music for just a second. Okay, better. We have actual proper physics here. We're gonna need to up the jump strength. In between levels, there was no, or almost no gravity. Okay. Oh, the gravity was also the reason why it was so reluctant to change. The weak gravity. Yeah, it thought you weren't close enough to the level to interact properly. So it turned off the gravity and turned off. Yeah, so I just got rid of the bounds, and now it accepts that you're near the level no matter where you are. And that will mean that you can go as far sideways as you like without getting reset. I will just have to program something custom for going downwards. But feeling a little better, we're going to... We'll get to looking at the character physics soon. I think we can put that back. Honestly, maybe that should be the default. The alternative is the thing where you can be halfway between two walls, which I still haven't really deduced a good reason for. Other than that's how I think it realistically ought to work. Right, I was going to print out wait. Stringify. That's why they call it that, I don't know, but pretty much every language that has a JSON class has the function stringify. And now when we do that, we will get a whole bunch of data printed out, and we take all that data we copy it and we paste. We format. And now this file is so much longer. This is what I have alphabetical JSON for. What if we undo all that? The main thing I don't like about this is how, when I'm scrolling right, this takes up all this much space in the middle, and I have to go past that to get to title. So I think I'm going to alphabetize it, but beyond that, I want to put the title at closer to the front. Oh man, that color is not readable. I would love to do that in hex. Hexadecimal. I can do a 2-string. Why do I have to get that? Welcome back with a hopefully working internet. I am obsessing over how to properly print out data in an order that I choose, because I don't like the order that this data is in. I want to put the long data at the very end, and probably the title at the beginning. I kind of want to put width and height together. Color and line color together. Yeah. I should choose a number with fewer decimal places, I think. Yeah, good luck with hacks, if you go that route. If you have a JavaScript background or something, that will definitely help. Yeah, mostly I think I should just put in a function here. That'll do. It's less a question of me being able to do it and more a question of me being able to figure out a good place to put everything. You know what? We're gonna end up simplifying that down to that, I think, because oh, suddenly Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't want to put it in there. Okay, so I do want to figure out the order that I do things in. Oh, it's name, not title. forget which order is which. Okay, so if I got this right, name will appear first and cubes will appear last. If I got it wrong, the cubes will appear first and block all the view, but it'll be a simple fix of swapping the 1 and -1. Wait, what am I printing? Oh. Or I might not be running that new code at all. Okay, now that we're running the new code, we can see how the new code works. Okay, I have it backwards. Yeah, I will have to figure out the outlines later. There's probably a shader for it, or a... Like, there's definitely a command to draw lines. Okay. So now we can go to levels. Oh, right, this reminds me that it is... that's a thing I did when I was switching all the levels around a bunch. I just always wanted to I didn't want to have to like type it in, change the level numbers every time I swapped them. And what if I forgot? Then it would show up wrong. But I think there's no more swapping of level numbers. So we can just hard code that. No, oh dear. We're missing a line color. So maybe I have to do all that later. We're gonna grab that and then undo all that because we're looking for L color. That's where it's actually stored. want that for later. Okay, if nothing else is missing, this should be good. Don't see any other nulls. Okay. Yeah, this level data ends up being simpler. Oh, right, it's down there. Okay. So we only need to parse it if it was a string, otherwise we don't need to parse it. Right, I was going to look at... No, I've got a bunch of stuff left over. to a higher jump. Allows me to comfortably jump onto those as expected. But I should actually be checking the original code, which is kind of a mess. Like, my variable declarations, I just really packed them together. And I used these abbreviations, like, it's not actually going to save much of anything. But I'm pretty sure that is jump speed. These numbers, I kind of have to scale them. Oh. Okay, at least I expanded on that. Oh, maybe I was shortening them because I didn't think I could have an input name be the same as the variable name that I'm writing to. Maybe that's why I did it. Unfortunately, that number doesn't tell me much because well, the times have changed. Just had to start at point 0, at x equals 0. Oh man, this was a short class, because all of the code that should have been in here was in the level class instead. I think it would be easier to just look up, get some videos. I don't know, maybe I have to try Ruffle for once. But yeah, I recall being able to jump over a single block, but not two of the normal size ones. I remember a very slow acceleration. do a barrel roll. Which of these do I want? Yeah, it's not worth it. I will move it around myself. That's not gonna work. Wait, yeah, I think it is. I'm going very far out of my way here. But Wow, whiplash. There's got to be a function for this. I'll get to that later. If I'm not mistaken, I'm missing a couple steps. Cool, so I have added a graph, and in theory the graph should have something on it. Waited a while to tell me that I needed to import the thing. Aha. Did we really need it? What? There's a constructor right there. Okay, we got a graph. That's the wrong one, I think. Okay, yes, that, I'm looking at that. It's actually that. run to graph percent. Cool, we have... Oh, right, the graph is upside down. I would like to fix that. Okay, flip the y-axis so that up is plus. And then I'll show... Now I should be ready to show you why I'm making a graph at all. Okay, this graph has data. What if we move this in? Some of you from the Discord may recognize what's going on here, or at least vaguely recall me doing this. Oops, I am stuck in place because I keep running into that. Let's reset. I have just made sideways movement slower. I don't think it was supposed to be quite that slow. But this is as fast as you can accelerate to the side. Okay, it's not going to be pretty, but maybe that's enough. It's actually, I beat level 2 a while back. Okay, that messed some stuff up. Wait, why is it that one that's... Oh. Oh. Okay. Hopefully that's enough for now. Oh, it's the wrong syntax. Okay, sleep well. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get a couple more levels done in a few moments once the physics are a little better. So a thing I can do is I can make it take a while to accelerate, but simultaneously once you get going, I can make it faster. I do not remember the game being that slow, so yeah, that's just an extreme example. How slow was the game? Was it that slow? I don't think it was that slow. Yeah. Yeah, that's an extreme case. Let's... I don't know, maybe this is already pretty close. So if I just... a little less. Yeah, this feels like a long enough turnaround time to make that one level difficult. There was actually more to the acceleration formula. But okay, we have some values that we will round. That's actually the only change we're making. Slow it down a little. Yeah. We can go look at... I closed it, so I have to navigate all the way to the file. So I think somewhere in here, YVal. Update velocity. What's column offset? I forget. Okay, this is something to do with pushing them. So I think this is... Oh, this is during check collision. Start the jump. Okay, I think this is where x velocity is calculated. Oh, I don't see any math.pow anywhere. Oh, nope, I stand immediately corrected. There is a power function. This is definitely not the fastest way to do this. Okay, so let's add some comments. Let's focus on two cases. Let's actually simplify this code. Okay, so that goes there. We're already reducing duplicate code. It's already more readable. If we don't indent so much, we can put that on the same line. I don't know if that helps. Okay, so I think this was meant to be a half-life formula. Like, I went and looked up the formula for a half-life. And so I'm like, the difference between your target speed and your current speed will decay over time. So after a certain amount of time, it'll be halved, and then halved again, and then halved again. And the reason for using this is because I can make a time... it doesn't matter how much time passed, it's gonna come out to the same value. And that's great and all, and I still use that approach in some cases, but I do it better so that I don't have to do math.pow every frame. Yes, you heard that correctly. Formula for... We're not talking the video game series, we're talking about the concept to do with radioactivity that the video game series is named after, where a radioactive decay happens, something to do with randomness, but if it has a half-life of 10 years, half of it will be gone in 10 years, the other half will still be there, then half of that will be gone in another 10 years, then half of that in another 10 years, and it's never quite gone up until you get down to the level of atoms, at which point it is kind of random. But it's just, there's a formula for it that other people already worked out for me, so I just went and looked up, hey, I want to figure out how much is gone, like, if I say I want the value to be half as much in 2 seconds, what formula should I do, but only 0.016 seconds have passed, how much of it is gone? It's not half, it's not anywhere near half is gone. But it is a way for one value to smoothly approach another value over time, and you can put in any time value you want. So like if the time value varies, if frames take a different amount of time, the acceleration is supposed to stay consistent. But not everything was consistent, so I eventually ended up using a fixed time step, at least for physics, to make it consistent. And that made things much more reliable. Collisions would happen or not reliably. Yes, it's asymptotic. Surprised Mathwiz hasn't spoken up on any of this. I mean, what did it accomplish? Its acceleration was slightly more correct. There are like other ways to pull that off. Acceleration was correct, but you could still clip through things if you had a laggy frame or anything. This was just one spot that I did it. And the power formula is kind of expensive. Yeah. Okay, you are listening to this. You're just enjoying the math talk. But anyway, yeah, I changed the formula based on whether you've been on the ground for, like, I don't know, is that going to be 0.2 seconds? After 0.2 seconds, you get a lower divisor, so a higher exponent, which means it decays faster, and decay is just approaches the target faster. Yeah. Do I have to go do this formula out to... Do I have to, like, graph this? I guess I probably could graph it. Yeah, if I'm going to graph it, I'm going to want to fix up add that folder to the workspace so that I can take products. Okay, so now that we have that hopefully working, we're going to make this function a whole lot more complicated. Because we want the whole curve to scale properly. We don't need it there. Oh no, I know what I'm looking for. Okay. See you later, Lika. Gonna need to do something to make this less verbose. I think I can... Okay. And that means I can save the trouble of doing those. So we now scale this value. We now add 1/3 of the duration to that value, 2/3 of the duration to that value. I mean, I'm not sure how much of this I'm going to comment. Should extend by using a class. Oh, of course, I need to do a find and replace for that. We're not making a replacement there. We are making a replacement there and there. Import it, please. But yes, as far as the comments in the code that is commented, that's like I'm being very careful and thorough with all of this new stuff. That is a big part of what is taking so long. But it's okay. Pause. Yeah. So now we can. What I just did was change these points to automatically move side to side when you move the final point. By saying that this point is fixed, this point adds 1/3 of this x value, this point adds 2/3 of this x value. That's what's going on here. This is just a fixed value. This one adds we'll just call it x. X plus 1/3 times duration. This adds x, the sum of x and 2/3 times duration. I might be able to do something cool with macros so that I don't have to type out new sum value, new product value, and I can just kind of type that, and it'll work. That'll be very cool, but I don't... it's a little ways off. That's not something I would sit down and do on stream. Yep. Okay, I changed all these values. This one was at 5. This one was at like 15. So that should be up there. This one was like at 10. So that's about where we were, although it's now much slower. On the bottom graph, you can see that this one has reached 9, so it's going to take 9 seconds to reach full sideways speed. Which is way too slow. I was not careful, so we had it at like 3. Yeah, so that's about where it starts. We had a 5, we had a 10, we had a 15, we had 3 seconds of duration. So, actually no, we upped it to 3.7. And so that's kind of what we had, but we were looking at the code from run 2, the original Flash code, and it was this asymptotic thing, the half-life formula. We raise 0.5 to the power of time divided by a factor. This did not have to be a division operation. I could have just calculated what's 1 over 0.22 and multiplied. That's another inefficiency. Let's see, higher numbers here do mean it takes less time to reach the speed, so these numbers we were using for decelerating to 0. So you don't decelerate as fast as you accelerate when holding a key. But anyway, for asymptotic, something like... It would look something a little more like that, which is more acceleration fast, less accelerations later, and we increase the total duration so that it still takes till like 2 seconds to get most of the way. Yeah, and we'll see what that looks like. That's kind of zippy. Way zippier than I remember. So we actually increase the duration significantly longer. It's a little more like it. Okay, so that allows you to keep on accelerating. Like, if you have the space, it allows you to keep on accelerating for a while. Yep. I glanced off the edge there. Yeah, that kind of feels like it. So why don't we try that? And let's round these. You know, let's do something like that. Could just do 15, 15, 15, actually. Anyway, this is another thing I spent a long time to make possible. Probably more time than it needed. I no longer wanted to have to wait for the recompiling, wait a few seconds every time I make a change. I want this instant feedback. Like, I want to be able to say, how's this look? How's this feel? And that is a slow start. That would be something we reduce the duration of. And like, I want to be able to say, hey, that's too slow, let's try adjusting this other variable. I don't have a reason for wanting a curve of that shape. Like, this is way faster than the game used to be. So we can slow it down. We could even up the maximum. But then, if we want it to look like a half-life curve, let's put this at about 20. Oh, and let's put it at 10 seconds. Let's do some round numbers. 10.3, 20.15, that's pretty close. So we want to get to 5 at about 10 seconds. Is that right? No. No, a half-life curve... Maybe I need to do the math. Oh, right, the point is we never get to 20. Let's say it's 5 seconds that we get to 10. In another 5 seconds, we get to 15. That's what's going on. 15.3. And it would keep going, actually. But this curve is only able to approximate it. So we get to about 10 at 5. That's a little higher than 10. So maybe a little less. So we might actually be looking for a curve of that shape. I think 10 seconds is way too long. It's just a good round number to look at this. But we can fix that. We can bring it down to 5. And this might be the closest we can get to approximating a half-life curve. Of course, I'm going to round all the values anyway, so it was never going to be an exact replica. Okay. Let's grab that and then round it. I mean, that's a thing you can turn on in Run 3. Although the exact physics of accelerating side to side might change how smooth it appears when you balance on the edges of boxes. Lower acceleration might actually make it smoother, or lower speed might actually make it smoother. In Run 3, the runner has so much sideways acceleration. Maybe pop off? I forget. See, what else am I up to? What determines when each character learns it? I think I hard-coded that. Just kind of estimated who would... like, if it's just a matter of having very good balance or learning very good balance, who would already have good balance and who would learn it first. And I just kind of estimated that for some characters. I don't think I ever spent too long thinking about it. We're talking about... may as well start it back up. In Run 3, some of the characters can learn... you can unlock, in the shop, an option to balance on tiles. There's no particular reason that it needs to be gated that way, other than it's not supposed to be like a default thing that you first encounter when you start the game. There's no... Honestly, there's basically no lore reason for the shop. The characters are all there from the start. The shop is just... you aren't allowed to play them, even though they're right there. And many of them are friendly. Until you spend enough power cells. But it's this gets unlocked. And some characters can do it, some can't. Some can do it from the start of the game. Others, you have to beat a certain number of levels. Most likely, I tied it to the time progression. The game keeps track of when each level was canonically first reached, and also keeps track of a number that's the latest time that you have reached. Also when each cutscene happens. And so some of them would be tied to like this time progress thing. Yeah, like a longer tail would be good for balance. I don't know how useful the lizard's tail is for balance. I don't... like... I think the... honestly, I was about to say, I think a low... the minimum jump height kind of indicates that it's not that well coordinated if it can't do low jumps. But then why is the skater one of the ones who learns this thing? He's not... well, maybe he's... I forget how good he is at low jumps. He's not good at short jumps, but that's just... he moves fast, so maybe he does do low jumps, but they're just not low enough. But basically, I've never really thought of the lizard as too coordinated, and I do think of the skater as pretty coordinated. Or willing to push himself to become coordinated. HTML5 Run 3. Among other things, I think every tile there is a separate object, and I don't know if they can be batched properly. In theory, a way should be able to batch all objects with the same material, but there's definitely something about them being separate objects that makes it slower. Oh wait, no, I did fix that. I fixed it, and that's where the particle animation came from. Huh. Well, I'm going to need to check, I guess, performance, if what in there might be slowing things down. I do feel like there was something I Oh, wait, no. I'm getting the HTML5 versions confused. HTML5 Run 3 is probably missing that. The tiles probably are separate objects, and HTML5 Run 1 is the one that uses particles for batching. So, yes, the performance of HTML5 Run 1 should be a better indication of performance in the future. And HTML5 Run 3 was just the best I could do at the time. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure the runner has the lowest. Well, the runner has the most control over jump height of anyone in the cast, other than arguably Bunny, but Bunny doesn't have the control to not jump, which is a whole separate issue. Okay, Run 1 has always been fine. Then yeah, I think it would be the batching. It's just, you've got 80 or a couple hundred, depending on the length of the level. You've got a bunch of tiles all being rendered, and if they're all separate draw calls, that's really bad. And yeah, it's something like you can render 100,000 triangles in a single draw call, and that's fine. But if you render, if you do 20 separate draw calls, it starts to show as far as performance is concerned. Like that's one of the things I've read in multiple places. You just reduce the number of draw calls, and that's not a thing I had time to do in the Run 3 HTML5 version. We are spending a lot of time talking about Run 3, and I am getting distracted. What was I working on today? We got a jump, we got a ability. Let's try some more levels. But I think another thing we need to do is start looking at the level transitions. Either I need to figure out a way to... I need to fix that. That's the thing I need to do. It is way too eager to turn sideways. It's not... Strictly speaking, it's not wrong. The runner is a sphere, and the moment we pass the halfway mark, there's gonna be... It's gonna take the vector of the normal vector to the point where she touches the cube. Her hitbox is a sphere, so the normal vector is slightly pointed to the side. Not much, just a tiny bit, but it's able to calculate then. Like if the normal's pointed that way, you're touching a wall that's on that side of you, and you are kind of. There is such a wall on this cube, and when we get over there, we're just barely touching it. So that's all correct. But it's not something we want, because The moment gravity changes, it pulls us down, and it pulls us down by a lot. So we just fall past the wall. It pulls us back away from it. I've played around with distortion effects, and I'm going to need to do it again for the wormhole. So, can't rule it out, but it's... I'd like to see if I can get the rainbow tile effect figured out. Yeah, if you can't stand on it, you don't want it to turn. So what I need is a filter. I need something that will look at the normal and say, hey, is this normal appropriate? Should we use it to adjust gravity, or should we ignore it? And that, I think, I put in here. So yes, I have a class for this specifically. And it is going to vary per game, because in some games you have to filter out most of the sides. There's only one side that you actually want to accept, but in run 2, you want to accept 4 of the 6 sides. So we're going to look at I think I can... Oh yeah, we don't have that either. Oh! Oh, we do have this set up. Okay. I just need to start using this class, or delete this class. It's technically not a class. There's more to this. This applies the restrictions based on a single cube, but that's not enough. So I'm going to need to make a new function to do some additional testing. Good, we have the index in the grid, so we can look up the other information that we need. missed some comments. Character with a ray gun who shoots down balls. I mean, interactive stuff is an option, but it'd be more interesting to add stuff that everybody can interact with. Okay, so what if... Most of this is not needed. Yeah, I mean, if anything, make it more versatile. I'm thinking of like toggleable blocks are a thing in several games. I know in Mario games you see the red and blue toggle things. And those add versatility because they could be walls or they could be bridges. Or who knows what else. Yeah, I mean, if it's already interactive, having a way to interact at range, a ray gun or whatever, is an option. Yeah, we'll see. Definitely failed to import them. Your least favorite part of ability concepts is coming up with lore. But I feel like that's the part that I would be most likely to get stuck on. Like it would be very easy to get distracted by that. Well, to each their own. Okay, I just want to check, does this like automatically start loading them? No. Triple jump seems a little extreme, but I don't know. Could elaborate on the child's double jump concept. Okay, yeah. This should hopefully be enough of a change. This should hopefully apply the filter. Oh no. Really? Doesn't? What happened here? I see more levels coming up, but there is a real issue with it not detecting the levels. Okay. That is a quirk that maybe I will leave it. Okay, cool. So that fixed the issue. Now I walk past this, and it does not consider this to be touching a wall because the angle is so small. We need to be... like, we actually need to be almost completely there for it to count, because it can only be 10 degrees off from right on. Okay. Let's go beat some more levels. I took the bonuses out. Maybe I should do something to put them back in. I don't even need to do that. I can cheat by doing this. I can just grab the edge still. Yeah, the current filter is only designed to look at one block at a time. And that's... okay, that should not count as beating the level. I had to use the mid-air jumps. Oh, I should put in a dampener so that you don't keep quite as much speed after changing gravity. That should also not have counted. And I have to reset the game. Because once you're past a level... favorite genre of Run 2 levels is just make a Run 1 style level and call it a day. There are a couple of those. That's... like, when building Run 2's engine, I was like, I want something that could do everything Run 1 can and more. Which was also the idea when building Run 3's engine. But it's like, I'm gonna make a grid. If you make a 6x6 grid, that's the maximum. That is just enough to remake an entire Run 1 level. Between levels, there's no gravity. Huh. That feels like the wrong shape. Or there's something wrong with that. But yeah, as it was basically a situation of I have the ability, I went out of my way to get the ability, so let's use it. Okay, that should count as completing level 5. So we got this done. Can close a bunch of this stuff. Keep that open. Here, though. Why does it have to print it up there? Okay, so we're going to look at change.contact. Grid index. It's not all the information we need. We don't just need grid index, we need grid. Yeah, that gives me no info. Filter that out. No, we don't filter that out. We don't do any filtering. So somewhere in here, I think, is going to be... check collision is probably the function. If the player hit the cube at the given index relative to the player... whether the player was colliding... Oh, okay, check collision... That is... My physics in run 2 were all just this one function, basically. Hit testing, anyway. Sizable chunk of code. 300 some lines. Does the collision and everything. Was not very flexible. On collide... Sure the edge of corner is not part of... Oh, yeah, I still actually do that. Okay, handle collisions with faces is maybe what I want. Not really. On collide. Maybe I need to go look that up. Valid wall, I think that's the one. Test the given cube to see if it is valid for rotation when hit from the side. Okay, so what are we're looking for? Yeah, we're expecting it to be part of a surface that is more than one block tall and more than one block long. Yeah, I may need to include more information in the... Yeah, I probably do. Where does that get set? Okay. Wow, I can't spell. There we go, okay. So, we want to do a similar thing. Want to figure out direction. Okay, I think looking at this cube in front of behind this one before accepting it. Okay. Global coordinates. Okay, so we need to, when we run into a box, we need to check around it along one axis, but not necessarily another, to make sure there's enough tiles and enough directions. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit down. I'm just doing some math here. I don't know how to make this interesting. It'll be probably 20 more minutes before there's anything to see. Yeah, it's... knowing stuff is getting all done at all. Yeah, I mean, it gets it done. I stay focused while doing this, at least. Let's put in some comments, too. Maybe I wanted to store this data some other way. As far as rendering, I do want to render... I do want to do something better for rendering. considering looking it up from there. But we'll get to that later. Oh, interesting. There were different distances forward versus back. Well, it's easier if it's the same, so we'll just use the higher of the two. It's actually not the higher, that's reducing it to 9. No, actually, I think I like the idea of reducing it further. Maybe that'll be configurable per level. How's things on the Discord these days? It's been over 4 years. I don't keep the closest track, but there certainly seems to be less drama at the moment. As measured by the number of people who come complaining straight to me, hoping that I will, like, overrule a mod. I generally don't do that. But people try anyway. And it sometimes does alert me to things going on that I at least need to talk to people about. Yeah, that's my impression. Okay. Updating the bounds is going to be the next tricky part. guess we just pass all that information in. Oh, I'm going to use a dot product for this. No, I do need that. But it's not, the formula is not that simple. It's not right. I think that's right. Now I should do a working example. I don't know how to note a working example. A Flash version is not being updated, but it will take into account the time of year. Yeah, I think Jack can tell you more. But yeah, you can also set your computer clock if you want to experience one of the 3 events at some other time. I only got around to implementing 3 different events total. I tried to get the Easter check right, but may not have tested it enough. Yeah, once all the updates are done, I have so many plans. But that's for later. Can't do those now. what's happening is I'm doing a bunch of math, and it's taking longer than I had previously estimated. I'm doing a bunch of math to determine if a cube that the player touched is allowed to rotate. It's the simple one. The thing is, it's pretty complex. The rule is that a surface that is only 1 cube wide or tall is not enough to rotate on. If it's only 1 cube wide, only 1 cube tall, either of those, it's a thin surface, it's not allowed. If anywhere on the surface there is another cube, then it's going to be more than 1 cube wide and more than 1 cube tall, and that's when it's allowed to rotate. So we're searching around. We're taking the grid, we're checking a bunch of places in the grid to look for if it's wider and taller. And I'm pretty sure I'm doing it, I'm overcomplicating it. Like, this is complicated, and I'm writing a bunch of documentation to help me keep track of it. And I'm sure I'm the only one keeping track of it, even with the documentation. Maybe I should give names to these. What is a .hx file? That is a file for the HAX language. HAXE is the language name, and often you just use a shortened version of that for a file extension. I have been... I started using hacks in between Run 2 and Run 3. Run 1 and 2 were originally ActionScript, and then I discovered hacks, and I have been using hacks ever since. Okay, I might have something to show finally. But don't get too excited because I bet there are going to be some compile errors. Like so. Get through a couple of these and then maybe I have something to show. Yeah, let's see. So I beat level 5. I beat level 5 today. We're making progress. Okay, so it's not allowing me to rotate based on most of these. I guess we have to wait until... Actually, down here should start to work, and it's not. So... So there is something wrong here. Yeah, you should be able to catch on to those. Because if I go up and... If I go over here, maybe I can point at some stuff. We move that. So the tiles here, further back, this is like one width tiles, cubes. But these cubes mean that this surface here actually ends up being multiple tiles high. Because there's a cube above and a cube there, and there's a cube in front and back, so it should be able to find what it needs. But it's not. So I need to do... Right, it's not much good to print out tons and tons of stuff here. Oh wait, no, this function won't be called most of the time, I think. Let's see how often it's called. Nope, it's every frame. Okay, so it's not getting canceled because of any of those. That's great. That's extra effort. I am very glad you enjoyed the series. I always wonder about people playing the game instead of listening to class, but I mean, as long as you're doing okay, all right. Hopefully, you still got something out of those classes. Even if, no matter how boring they are. Yeah, I've had mixed results as far as playing games while trying to also listen to something. There are some cases where there are some cases where I really should not have been playing. I did that in some college classes, and it did not go well. But I don't know. I think there was at least a couple other things fundamentally wrong there that, with the benefit of hindsight, I could have done better about. But anyway, if I'm playing a game that I know really well and it doesn't take as much effort, sometimes I can also get something out of listening in the background. It's definitely not as good as actually paying attention, but yeah, it's what it is, I guess. There are some times where it's okay. Making games, I'm guilty of that too sometimes. Yeah, that was earlier on more. Like in college, it was more playing games, and that was not great. But I had been known to doodle level layouts for an imaginary, I think Chips Challenge style game, somewhere between Chips Challenge and a dungeon crawler. Just because that was a game I had played at the time, and I think I wished I could play more of it than I was allowed to. And so I doodled in class and imagined solving the level. I am pretty sure all of those doodles are lost to time. Eventually I learned how to make simple programs on the calculator, and I would do that in class, and I programmed Snake, for instance. I forget if it was a class where we were supposed to be on calculators, but probably, so that might be why they never stopped me. They did not expect the calculator as a means of slacking off, but they should have. Anyway, what am I doing? I want to print out information about why this might be failing. I don't need a comment on that. Hello, Eric. Yeah, what we're up to now is previously it would allow rotating on any tile, but you're not supposed to be able to rotate on the edges of thin platforms. And so I tried to fix that, and now you can't rotate at all. So it's too far in the other direction, so I need to figure out why it's doing that. I mean, I'll swap those, but I really think that's not it. Yeah, no. We'll use T for trace. Save that. I'll use D for debug. Oh, I don't think that's enough information, but whatever. Yeah. It's been going a while. Maybe we'll call it after I get this working. Should skip to level 2. Right, I need to... It is always returning false. Okay. Immediately. Okay. I think I need to pause the music again, or restart the music again. Oh. Oh. Okay, that was a bad test. Let's do a better one. Oh, I see it. Okay, will this help? Gravity rotated. Rotate again. Again. Back here, that's good. Cannot rotate here, this is a one tile. Can rotate there. Okay, here's another test. Can we rotate just at the end here? Yes, we can. Good. Let's see, what if we hit the... I don't know if we hit it. It's hard to tell. I still don't know why there's a gap there. Okay, this seems to be working correctly. So I can't rotate there. Can't rotate here either. Okay, I have the system set up. We don't need that anymore. I mean, I have an engine that's specifically tailored to the run games. But it's not the same as Unity or Godot or Unreal or anything. There's not a built-in 3D editor to view it. It's all code. Except it's not. Not anymore. I have a specific utility to make some changes in the moment. And that's this. Oh, you code everything from scratch? That's nice. It's a great way to actually understand what's going on. Anyway, as far as real-time changes I can make... Oh wait, no, that's... I can do like this, and now it takes less than 2 seconds to reach full sideways speed. Oh, interesting. Did that just... It did. Huh. Now I'm realizing that has always been accessible. You've always been able to do that, but I guess it's just not reachable. Oh no, the error of hitting a corner and getting sent nowhere still exists. Yeah, zoom side to side, make it slower. This curve is like, you don't accelerate much at all at first for a while, but then it really picks up. You don't really want that, but it's fun. Fun to play around. If it goes backwards... Yeah, if it goes backwards, you are not able to actually move in the direction you want. So better not do that. If we can also do... we can do a fake out. It fakes out that it's dropping off at that speed, and then zips up again. This is from Meat Boy, isn't it? No, it's... Sorry, I'm getting it confused with the song from Meat Boy, but no, it's definitely Kirby. Maybe it uses some of the same instruments, and that's why I was getting confused. Okay, I am concerned about that. Why is level 3? Why does level 3 have a gap at the end? Okay, we add that back. Oh, I wonder if the bonus got deleted, was off by 1. If that was next to the bonus, and when we deleted the bonuses thing, shouldn't have been off by 1 though. Yeah, this is the tail end of the stream, but you're here. I mean, I guess if we go further and we find even more missing... Wait, no, the bonus in this level is kind of early on, isn't it? It's like right here. It's not at the end. Oh yeah, there's more. We beat level 5. There's still a lot more levels to go. Yeah, and actually now we're doing it again, but with the restriction that you can't grab onto narrow sides, which is the pop-up that appears when you play level 5. So this time we're beating it for real. And we did. Okay. I'm not showing all the source code here. There's still a lot that has not been shown on stream. But it's definitely like prettier to look at, I'm sure, than the obfuscated Java script code. I mean, open source the code. I don't know, like, I don't know how well that will work. I'm currently financially dependent on advertisements on the games. I have considered it. Like, I like open source. I I'm never going to sell my code to someone. I know that. Like, people have offered to buy it. I'm like, no. Either it's my code and it stays my code, or it's open source for everyone to use. Those are the only two options. Nothing in between. But yeah, I'm still worried. Like, if I open source it, do I still have an income stream? I need to try establishing. I mean, I set up a Ko-fi, but barely promote it. Like, I need to try doing that. Yeah, I don't know about right now. Like, yeah, I know. I have seen lots of knockoffs. Lots of people have bypassed the site locks. Hosted all over the place. And I feel like if it's open source, that gets worse. That they will grab everything and just put a team of people on adding content, and whether or not it's the best content, they advertise it as having new secret levels, everything. I don't know. Yeah, Coolmouth is another thing. They don't share revenue. Like, I have made they paid me for the game in the first place, but it's not income. They're not what is supporting me through this period of reworking the engine. And they seem pretty stubborn about they don't want to switch to a revenue share model. No, most of my income is still coming from Congregate and Pokey. Because they share revenue. But I mean, on the other hand, I'm trying to build a Runaway at least to be good enough to release, like, very high quality code, very flexible. And it's never gonna be able to compete with something that hundreds of people have worked on. Yeah, sometimes I've submitted takedown notices for knockoff games, but I don't know that whatever sticky run is. I don't think I've seen that. I haven't done any recently. There's at least one of them that actually has legitimately good animations. Like, they paid a decently talented animator to do that, and I kind of feel bad about it, but also it's like, it's just stealing everything else. It's stealing the character, the concept, and for the money. This is potentially why people hire someone else to go and be mean on their behalf, like an agent to send all these notices. But like, that happens, and there was that thing with Undertale Yellow. Toby Fox had to step in and talk to them, otherwise the agent was saying, no, you can't use this music, we're gonna get you taken down from everywhere. And like, I want fan games to work, like especially things that are released for free. Well, thank you to that nerd named Ninpan for those $2. Yeah, ripoffs are gonna happen. I don't know. I don't want to be competing with them, I guess, is the thing, and neither does Nintendo. I think that's a big part of what Nintendo does and doesn't go after. Someone did a really nice video on why Pokemon Showdown is allowed, and like, they're doing several things to fly under the radar, and one of them is not making money, and another is very deliberately not trying to imitate the core of the Pokemon experience, the collecting, the adventure that Nintendo thinks is important. And so basically it's not taking away sales of Pokemon, and if that changed, Nintendo would take it down. But yeah, difference between Nintendo and me is I'm just a single person. If there's a team of like 10 people who want to do a knockoff, they have 10 times more manpower than I do. It's hard to compete with that. Whereas if 10 people do a knockoff of a Nintendo game, they have way less manpower. They're not going to effectively compete. Yeah. I mean, one of the most obvious signs of fan game versus ripoff is one will give credit and the other will pretend it's theirs or will just not talk about where it comes from. It's another thing about Cool Math that kind of rubs me the wrong way. They do not make it clear that I made it, and I guess they leave that up to me, but to like put a splash screen in. But no, just the fact that I've talked to people who played it on Cool Math and did not realize that I was the creator, or that like there was a singular creator, they had never thought about it. Just their game page is not geared towards giving credit. A Baby Run 3 is something I have never heard of and probably do not want to know about. But anyway, Yeah, it is their audience. Like, they're aiming at people who don't really care about going and following artists. But they have to have this closed ecosystem. Yeah, I wish they did more of that for me, but if I ever give them another version, it will definitely have to have a very obvious splash screen. Yep, you never know about giving credit. Doesn't always matter, but sometimes it does, and people who don't want to give credit, like, people who go out of their way to avoid giving credit, which I'm not saying Cool Math is doing that. They didn't ask me to take my name out of the credits, but the people who do knockoffs, for instance, go out of their way to give credit. That always feels scummy, and, like, makes me dislike them as people. And there's some in the middle who just don't give credit because they don't think about it, or they don't... It's a little extra effort, so they've never bothered. And sometimes they can be talked to and convinced. But yeah, to me, it's very important to credit everybody. Yeah, I had not heard about that incident with the plot summary. Yeah, uploading to the wiki, there are still rules. It's not free-for-all, it's Creative Commons, and one of the core things in Creative Commons is attribution. Like, all of the Creative Commons licenses still require attribution of a reasonable form. They didn't necessarily need to tell you, like, name you, but link to where they got it from. I think you'd be within your rights to send a note about the video that they need to link back to the wiki. Yeah, probably too late for that now. It's... Cool Math Intern had a 24-minute deadline. Probably not quite that bad, but that's the general idea. They wanted to do it fast. They go to the wiki, feel like it's free to take, read fast, get some details wrong. Yeah, no, I think you're within your rights to want appropriate credit for work you've done. Hello, Stick Boy. I am wrapping up the stream, basically. Sitting around and chatting. Maybe in a few more minutes we'll call it. But I got enough done for one stream. We beat level 5 with the restrictions on rotating gravity. Yep. I'm taking a break in the middle of speedrunning. I'm still counting it toward the total time. I guess we'll talk about where we'll go next. I want to do something with the end of the level. I don't know that I can do an infinitely long repeating tiles quite as easily as previously, but I could do some interesting stuff. Yeah, the main thing is that when loading the level, I have to pre-allocate a fixed number of tiles. But even then, I can do something with that. Might be interesting. Do the stairs. Oh, now that you mention it, I think that's what I did in the original run too. Yeah, teleport back. I think I did that with every full rotation of the rainbow. But I didn't necessarily need to because it was also infinite. What character that we know about would be LJ? I mean, if the skater ever played Super Mario 64 version with the glitch, he would probably try it in real life. As with the duplicator. Okay, I was going to say as with the duplicator when I was younger, but no. The duplicator would try as well. If the question is who would BLJ successfully, well, my physics engine doesn't have that particular bug. Thank you, Stick Boy. What's going on? Chocobo theme with a synth voice. And I can't understand all the words. That said, now that I think about it, I think the collisions could be made endless without too much trouble. Like, I can just put in math.positive infinity as the distance the collision goes to. Yeah. I think I'm... Unless I'm going to start the next thing, which I don't want to yet, I think it's probably time to call this. Map out the back rooms. Good luck. Yeah, will I be able to do this tomorrow? Maybe not for as long, but I should be able to do one tomorrow. Okay. I think I will see you all around. Now just waiting in silence to make sure, like, you hear the last few things I say. I don't want to accidentally cut myself off, so I always leave some silence.